microphone is on. Welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board. I am your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching VolcanoX live stream. Yay! Anyway, welcome, everyone. Glad to have you all on board today. It is Friday, April the 14th of 2023. And, what do we got happening? Let's see. Big shaker down in Indonesia. We had one there that was quite nasty, a 7.0. And that was kind of to the west of the island of Pitcairn and to the north of central Java area. So that was fairly big, 7.0, as reported by USGS and other seismic places like EMSC. So they did that. And for those who are of the know, there was no 6.5 earthquake in Argentina, as reported by Afar TV, who has now retracted their video due to their error. Go figure. Oh, and what else we got on the go? Nothing else. Really. Anyway, yeah, Sophie, it's sometimes there's actually a lot of that going on. The people are trying to make headlines everywhere, trying to get their viewership up by deceiving people. And it is unfortunate that they do that. And I don't know if it was an honest mistake or misinformation or what, but it's too many of them going on there. There's other videos that I've watched today looking at, indicating that the people of Russia are in mourning today because of the activity of the Shivelish volcano. Well, hang on. Why are you in mourning? It doesn't make any sense because, number one, there were no deaths there. There were also no injuries there. So what the heck is going on? Why are they in mourning? And it is just absolutely bizarre. So I shake my head at some of that stuff, and I really have to wonder. Makes zero sense to me. So anyway, first person in today, Hermione and Fluffy. Yeah, all covered. Anyway, welcome Hermione and Fluffy, and congratulations on being first. And of course, the can of lava that I opened up there was looking at the vent there at Siggy's Fissure when it first opened up. So, provocative word salad. There you go. That's one way of putting it, Colin. But it's deceitful, and it's even, when we look at it, even some of the Russian comments questioning who is in mourning. It's not making any sense. So, yeah. Silversmith, the Titanic anniversary, 111 years ago. Yeah, you can be in mourning for that if you like, Silversmith. That definitely was a disaster, and lots of lives lost there. So you can give a moment of silence for those on the Titanic that lost their lives. And we know that's never a good thing. Anyway, hopefully that won't ever repeat itself. That is one of those things, you know, we don't like seeing any kind of a disaster or people getting hurt or killed anywhere. But it does happen. It does happen, unfortunately. Anyhow, let's get a little more cheerful and say hi to everyone. And we do have lots of stuff loaded up here, so we'll see what we can get through. And we do have our secret volcano today, which I'm making really tough because people are guessing too quickly. Anyway, King Colin Deadman says a local to me, me lad, was a radio operator. On the Titanic. Oh, Sophie, quit that. And no, you're wrong. Pardon me. Anyway, we'll say hello to everyone. We'll start out by saying hi to EC, and I bet you even EC doesn't know which volcano I showed. And welcome, welcome EC, welcome Sophie, and Colin, and Hermione, and Fluffy, of course. Silversmith, welcome. Frosty username is in the house. Let's see, Kevin Haynes also here. We got EC, we got Sophie. Sue Hayes is on board. Welcome, Sue. Thank you. Got all your messages and loaded up. I just got to make sure I show them all. Let's see. Sarah Miles is in the house. Welcome. And Mariano, welcome. Glad to have you on board. And let's see who else we got. Got a Frosty already there. Let's go up a little more and see if I can spot some other names. Silversmith come up a couple times already. Wow. Tanto is in the house. Oh, bonjour, Tanto. I'm glad to have you here. Layla also made it in. Welcome, Layla. And who else we got? Scrolling upward, looking for more wonderful people. And let's see, who do we have? I'm scrolling quickly now because all these names are very similar. Yona from Iceland, and good evening to Yona in Iceland. Welcome. And who else we got? Going up the list, we got Tanto, we got Layla already, Kevin we got, Colin we got. All right, Sixth Sense Amelia, welcome back Amelia, good to have you on board. Dan the Man is here, welcome Dan. And who else we got? Still scrolling up. Epically epic, that is epic that you're here. Oh boy, I guess I amuse myself quite easily. Janice is also on board, and thank you for being here. And we're up as high as we can go. We don't see any other names, and let's go back down to the bottom. What I will never tell or guess until I see some super chats. Oh, EC. Well, you never know, EC. I don't know if see that photo that I had there is not one that you're going to find on Google. You will not find that photo on Google. You will not find it on Volcano Discovery or the Smithsonian or anywhere else. So, unless you know the volcano, it's one of those things. So that's all the good part. It's a special shot that I got there. Puts trawlers up on Mr. Dr. Fox. Don't, what? You didn't greet the mods yet. Or the mods. No, not yet, Piggy. I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it. Oh, boy, she's pushy tonight. Google isn't telling me the secret volcano. Oh, Frosty username, I'm glad. Anyway, big welcome to our moderators. A bad boy, oh boy, a bad Piggy. Yeah, no, Piggy, you're all right. Welcome to our wonderful moderators. We have Arizona Snowman and Piggy, of course. And Piggy is in her sty being served coffee by a Kermit. And he's such a good man to do that. And she's got her crutches nearby, and hopefully Thistle will not figure out how to steal crutches. And anyway, our wonderful C&D boy will not be in tonight. He is apparently run away from home. He's dodging frying pans. Oh, hang on, I wasn't supposed to say that. He is going out tonight. Oh, okay, that sounds better. And then we have other moderators that may pop in, as such as perhaps Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, or maybe even let's see, Mona Lisa Smiles, or Lucas Snow, or let's see, Joseph Fields, Texas. You know, those guys. And thank you, moderators. I do appreciate all of you, regardless of if you're running and hiding from flying frying pans. Oops, I said that again. I shouldn't be doing that. He's going out. That's it. He's going out for the night. Anyway, all good. So, I popped open a can of lava here for the screen tonight. Thinks what chaos I can create. Well, you can bite someone in the leg. Oops, I didn't mean to say that out loud either. Oh boy, I gotta keep my inside voice to myself. Yeah, I know, Piggy. It's one of those things. You haven't done that for a little while, so you can pick on somebody. I don't know who yet. I haven't seen anyone being really bad. I got permission, yep. Yeah. Anyway, the lava on the screen, of course, is Siggy Fisher from early in its eruptive state. I believe that was the very first day when it started, so that was pretty awesome. I was going to recommend Frosty username, but he's already hiding. Anyway, let's go take a look around the world and see what is happening. And thank you, Frosty, for renewing your membership. That was very awesome and kind. Thank you for the support. He doesn't taste nice. Okay. Well, I'll leave it at that, Piggy. And awesome. Anyway, let's go park our lava here. That can isn't very big, so I'm gonna kind of keep an eye on it. It is just about empty already, actually. Anyway, let's do some stuff here. Where do we want to go first? Well, we can take a look at Hawaii first. Really not much happening in Hawaii. Where did my Hawaii go? I had to reboot, so everything is mixed up again, you guys. And apparently Windows updates. I did the Windows update when I rebooted, and now it wants more Windows updates. I rebooted the Bunny server as well, so I thought, what the heck is going on here? Anyway, well, there's our secret volcano. Don't look at that. You'll guess what it is. I don't need you to guess yet. It is a secret, so please don't guess. Um, uh-oh. Careful with what you find in there, and leave those chocolate Easter eggs alone. They're in there. Oh, I shouldn't have told her that. She's going to dig them out. Archive footage. No, it's not archive footage. Let's get rid of that. There we go. That is our wonderful Helemaumau crater in Kilauea, Hawaii. I won't eat the chocolate. Okay. Stay away from the cake, okay? And yeah, that is a low sugar cake. I know is just right for you. Chocolate Easter eggs. Come on, Piggy. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, there's a nice pound cake in there. That's a low sugar pound cake, the lemon kind, and then of course the chocolate Easter eggs. Snaffles around the fridge. Uh-oh. If you find any science projects, let me know, okay? I try to keep it fairly clean in there. I don't like things. Passes through the eggs. Which ones did you give her, the bag or the little box? I hope you left the box ones behind. Those are no good, and you don't want to eat the box ones. Really, trust me, trust me. They're no good for you. Where is something green? Oh, you want greens? What? There is something green? What's green? Oh boy. No fridge emoji? Darn it. I think it's it once was a living. Oh dear. Oh dear. Let's hope it's going to displace itself. No. It wasn't a zucchini. Not sure what the heck it was. Let's leave that alone. Anyway, that little glowy spot's still there, the hot spot. There's our thermal for today of Helemaumau. You can see the dried out lava pond over there, southeast area. Same thing with the west one, and the non-active west vent. Central vent is right in here. Not doing a darn thing. Pokes the green thing with her crutches. Oh no. Oh boy. That is horrible. Let's, I better redo that. That was a nighttime shot. You can't see. Nope, it's dead. Okay, Piggy. It's as long as it's not moving, I'm okay. Kilauea, wake up. Well, with all those quakes we seen there yesterday, I was hoping that we'd see something here today. And it really doesn't look any different. It's still the same. Kind of a ripply as we see it, and we still see some smoke coming in places, but nothing new, no new lava, and very unfortunate. Let me redo this shot as well. This was from 2 a.m. This is from now. And there's the southeast lava pond, or a lava gator, what's left of him. He's disintegrating over here. So unfortunately, he's broken. And the central vent right over there, and kind of emptiness. You ever get that empty feeling? Well, I've got that empty feeling. Anyway, that is what we've got over at Kilauea, so not a heck of a lot going on there. Hopefully, throws a frosty frost at the green thing. What is that? It's not Brussels sprouts. Careful. Kind of a rubbery, and if you listen closely, it sounds like it's calling my name. Oh boy. Oh, careful, careful. It may be alive, even though Piggy may have poked it and woke it up. We'll see what happens. Oh, let's go somewhere else where we have nice things like I don't know, where are we gonna go? Let's go to Iceland. How about that? We'll go over there. Let me make that a little bigger though, and we'll see what we've got. And of course, there's our shot of Reykjavik. It is 23:19 is the time there now. If we go back about 10 hours. What? Hibernating frogs? You best wish I was asleep. Oh, Piggy, you're lots of fun. It's okay. Anyway, beautiful day there. Some clouds up in the skies, but nice looking day. And still some snow up in the mountains there, but that snow does look like it's starting to melt somewhat. So let's not procrastinate here. We'll move on, and we'll go to our next shot. This is also from the Perlin Center, and that of course is the regional airport. If we go back about 10 hours on that one, you can see it was a fairly lovely day there. And there is the airport, and there you can see Keilir in the distance. Beautiful volcano, and of course the very brownish grass. Hopefully it will turn green soon, and like ours is starting to turn green, which is really nice here. Anyway, doing all right there. Hey, there's somebody you can bite, Piggy. Wonky Donkey just came in. What pours a Pepsi on the cold frog? Oh no, don't do that. That would be, that's a waste of Pepsi. Oh dear. Anyway, actually I didn't want to go all the way back. I wanted to go take a look at the sunset. They did have kind of a nice sunset there. So that is the sun setting in there in Reykjavik. And that is not bad. Let's see if it just hangs in there a little bit, right about there. Right above the, well, we want more glare there. There, that's a nice sunset shot. Gonna take a picture of that. There we go. Full Circle, Florida is in. I've been lurking behind the bushes. You are afraid of a Piggy. I know it there, Full Circle, Florida. I would be too if I was that close. Just across the pond. Anyway, let's put that one back on live. We'll make that small. Let's go to the next one. And of course, this is the one on the Reykjanes Peninsula. You can definitely see the two towers there fairly clearly today, as well as the lights of Grindavik and the power plant, the steam-powered power plant, which is really cool. Going back about 10 hours, a beautiful day there too. And we can see all kinds of stuff out in the distance. There's Grindavik, and the radio towers are hard to see because they are so far away and skinny. And there's the top of our wonderful Ragnar over there. You can see that flat top there. That is pretty cool. And of course the steam geysering. Don't see anything from this front steam vent, very little if anything. And of course the power plant, and everything else is in the background there. You can actually see some mountains in the background with snow on them. That is pretty awesome. So a nice visibility there today. Let's carry on, and we'll put that back to live, and we'll go to our next shot and show that real quick. There you can see some of the glow of Grindavik in the background. No, that's not Grindavik. I don't know what that glow is. Sorry. That is, let's go back 10 hours. Never mind. Ignore the glow. That might be Northern Lights. Anyway, there's that wonderful Katla, and it is covered up by glacial style snow and ice. So that's what we're seeing there. Pretty awesome looking. And let's not stick around here too long, but it is nice looking. We like that, and it's nice to see. And even their sunset looked pretty awesome over there. You can see how kind of orangey yellow that is on the sides there. Pretty soon that sun will be over here when it sets and getting way in the north, it'll set and then pop back up just over top of Katla here. So that'll be pretty cool. Anyway, that's what it looks like there right now at Katla, and we'll leave that back to live and make that smaller once again, and we will get over to our harmonic tremor charts. And of course, this has got some interesting stuff going on when you're looking at the tremor charts. I'm going to refresh that just so we have the very last little bit of data in there as well. And we see this wonderful spike in here at around, let's see, 1458 maybe, roughly, just approximately, counting lines here, and that's what I'm going to give it. It did have another little quake beside it, not too far off. There goes the donkey. He's been bit. Somebody send out first aid, please. Anyway, looking at some of the activity, though, it looks like we've had a little bit more activity in our wonderful area of Fragedalfjall. Let's go up to take a look at our Askja first, and let's see. Askja too has a pretty big quake. Gee, at the same time, I wonder how that happened. And some other activity. So Askja, though, tectonically, it's pretty much flatlined. We do see the seismic heading downward and kind of leveled off on the magmatic. So, and that is what we've got there. And it's kind of interesting to see that, but Fragedalfjall, of course, our magmatic is way down, right? And I just didn't point that out, but it is way down. Seismic kind of doing its thing as well on the downward slope. And let's see, why is it so cold? Why is it cold? Are you, what? He's in the fridge, Dr. Fox. He wanted to see the green thing attack him. Oh, you stuck him in the fridge. Oh my God. Wonky donkey, is the light on? I'm always curious. I've never been inside a fridge. Is the light on while you're in there, or is it dark in there? Just had to ask. Grimsey, of course, not too much happening there. It looks like our magmatic is staying pretty level. Seismic down a little bit. What is the green thing? Don't worry about the green thing. It's not very alive. Tectonic is heading way down here. Nothing to worry about there. And there's our Grindavik chart. And we see it again has this massive fluctuation kind of around midday, and there we see a spike, and that'll be a quake again. That's about the same spot that we've seen on the other one. So we're going to have to take a look at that. A break in 4 minutes? No, how about 2 minutes? Or all your Pepsi cans will explode. We don't want that to happen. Let's take a look at the one for Krusevik and see what it is doing. Of course, Grindavik is to the southwest of Fragedalfjall, and Krusevik is to the northeast by just a little bit. And there's our Krusevik chart. And look at that spike go all the way off there at Krusevik. We do see our magmatic way down, seismic heading way down, but we do see at the end here some kind of an uptick, and that is always interesting. This one is more prevalent than the others, so we'll have to take a look and see what is happening in the earthquakes. What? A green dead carrot? No, I did not. No, it's not a carrot. Don't get it. Piggy, don't let him eat it. No, oh boy. Don't eat that, wonky donkey. It's green. It's a science project. You don't want to be eating it. Oh no, I hope he didn't eat it. Oh, no, it wasn't broccoli. Broccoli's pretty safe, and you'd be able to identify broccoli. Oh, I. Ah, wonky donkey, I'm sorry. You're gonna be a goner. That was a green science project. I'm sorry, oh wonky donkey. Anyway, let's go back over here. Can lava, let's see, we'll back that can up a little bit because that's going to run out otherwise. Bites, Dr. Fox, break time. Okay, I'm going, Piggy, I'm going. Don't be so mean. No, Hermione, it wasn't celery. Alas, the poor donkey, we need, we knew him well. Oh, poor wonky donkey. He ate the green thing, and now he's in trouble. All right, let's see. Andre Greenall. Hi, everybody, on behalf of Kevin Williams, so he can watch the channel. And, okay, Andre. Kevin Williams. Okay, this is a brand new account that you are in here. Okay, where are you from, Andre Greenall? I'm just curious. No, it's not. Yeah, Piggy, keep an eye on that. Anyway, yeah, very much so, keep an eye on it. Anyway, okay, I didn't understand what that was, but anyway, I'm gonna go take a break, you guys, and hang around, do your things. We'll leave that as archived footage. Harlow, Essex, UK. All right. Okay, so, yep, and that is okay then. All right, Andre, is it Andre or Andrea? Andrea, I hope I pronounced it correctly. Hopefully you are okay there, and hopefully Kevin Williams is okay as well. All right. I'm going to take that break. I need to. Here's some music. I'll be back. For those good people who haven't hit the like button yet, give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back. And yes, the microphone is on. And just a sec, I gotta write something here. Um, just typing something out here. So, okay. All right, there we go. I just finished typing something. So that should be all right. No, I'm not having ice cream. My ice cream got raided. Oh boy, madhouse, Sarah. It's a fun weekend. Yeah, it's a madhouse. They're in my fridge, taking all my ice cream. How could they? Oh boy. As long as you leave the pistachio ice cream alone, that's okay. That was, yeah, of course it was a Genesis. It's brand new. Just got it the other day. And I put it in the freezer and to keep it cold so I could have some. Oh, Hermine had that? Oh no. Oh boy. All right, fine. Everybody's got to eat my ice cream. All right, let's go over and take a look at the earthquakes and see why we got all those shakers and big spikes and things happening there in our wonderful Iceland. Stop that canned lava. Stop it, I say. Stop it. Oh, I did. Oh, I got stopped the wrong one. Darn it. How about this one? We must stop that one. Okay, now I got it. And it's okay. I had some of the raspberry ripple. Oh, well, that was good stuff too. It really is. Anyway, let's get over and we'll see how many earthquakes. 77 in the last 24 hours. And we see the latest ones are happening up top here, right around Grimsey. But we'll come back to that. We'll go start out here. I want to look at this. And I want to be happy about this. And I think this is a good sign. You see this? It's called a swarm. And it's just on the southern tips of the Reykjanes Peninsula. And must have bought a crate or two from the ice cream boat. Well, don't tell everybody, Sarah. Please. Ooh, what's this? It's Twinkies ice cream in there. No, Piggy, don't. You leave them alone. Those are secret. Anyway. Oh boy. What to do with a piggy who's raiding your fridge? Let's take a look at some of these, see how deep down they are. We're not going to do them all because there's too many of them. Wonky Donkey Kermit is in here. He's stuck in the catio. Oh, pistachio. Oh no, how did he get stuck in the pistachio? Not secret now. Oh boy. And now we're going to do that. What? Dr. Fox, a possible serious eruption of Nevado del Ruiz. Lots of earthquakes. Yes, we are aware of Nevado del Ruiz. But there are no live cameras there, Silversmith. So there's not much we can do if it does erupt. They're not going to have anything live there right now. Anyway, we're going to do the earthquakes here. We'll take a look and see. Okay, 0.4, 3.2 kilometers down, 2047. We got this one from earlier today, 3:48 a.m., 0.7, 0.8 of a kilometer down, or 800 meters. This one is 3.2 kilometers down, 0.6 from 11:20. This 0.7 is 5 kilometers down from 1935. 1.6 in magnitude, 5.9 kilometers down from 2033. And let's see, and what else we got? Another 1.6 from 4.9 clicks down 2018. Next one is from 2216, or sorry, 2246, 1.6, 7.1 kilometers down. The larger one out of the group is a 1.9, 5.9 kilometers down from 1949. And we got a 1.3, 7.9 kilometers down, 2010. Next one is from 2143, 1.1 in magnitude, 7.6 kilometers down. So a little variance as far as depth. This one is 8 kilometers down. It's a magnitude 1.3 from 1603. From 8:09 a.m. we had that 0.4. 5 kilometers down there. We'll grab these ones up here as well. 0.1, 5 clicks down from 8:59, and that is a 0.1, of course. 0.9, 8.3 kilometers down from 7:51. The 0 is 5.1 kilometers down from 2007. And that kind of gives you an overview. These are varying in depth. So that is always interesting, and makes a guy wonder what's going on underneath our wonderful peninsula there, or the tip of it. Chattering with what? Try spelling pistachio while chattering with teeth. Well, you're not supposed to use your teeth to type there, wonky donkey. 2014, a 0.4, 9.6 clicks down. 0, 1.1 kilometers down from 9:03 a.m. Another 0 out here by the little bay, and that is 5:36 a.m. 2.6 clicks down for that one. We got 2 stacked up here, and they are in our wonderful fragile fjeld zone. One is 0.7 from 4.2 kilometers down, 15:05. The other one is 3:06 a.m. 0.19, 2.95 kilometers down. And there's our fragile fjeld zone, that kind of funny looking outline. And of course, that is our Siggy Fisher here, Ragnar right there. So looks okay. Here's what created our big spike, and that came in at 14:54, and that is 2.74, 2 kilometers down. And interesting to see how that propagated. So very cool. And then we've got this one here, 1.14, 1.3 kilometers down from 14:56, and the next one is a 0.06, very small, 3.2 clicks down from 15:05. Next one is a 0.3, 1.7 kilometers down from 21:18. Next is 0.1, and it is 200 meters down. It came in at 1911. And kind of interesting to see those getting a little more shallow. Pardon me. And let's see what else we got. 11:58. Roots Dr. Fox hot bottle, water bottle out of the cupboard, lobs it at a wonky donkey door. Oh boy, I haven't used that in a while. Make sure you put the lid on properly. You need to really tighten that thing up. Anyway, from 11:58 a.m., a 0.7, 1.1 kilometers down. This is a 0.1, 5.6 clicks down from 2:26 a.m. A 1.0, 5.7 kilometers down from 21:58. And a 0.7, 5.7 kilometers down from 15:32. 0.9, 7.7 kilometers down 30 minutes after midnight. We'll carry on and see what else we got. 0.7, 1 kilometer down from 2:10 a.m. 0.4, 1.1 kilometer down at 13:40. And then a couple of real small .1's there, 5.2 clicks down from 4:30 in the morning. The other one is from 8:47, 5.9 kilometers down. There's two stacked here, 0.1, 3.4 clicks down from 14:43, and 0 from 3:38 a.m., 1.6 kilometers down. That one, yeah, 3.4 clicks for the other one. Sliding over, we do see some in the area of Eyjafjallajökull. 0, 5.2 clicks down from 23:34. 0.1, 2.5 kilometers down from 23:34, fairly new. This one over on the other side here at 1.2, 5.2 clicks down, 8:27 a.m. And to the north, we do see this one. It's a 1.2, 7.7 kilometers down, and that is 8:32 a.m. And let's see, and what we got here at Katla, we've got a 1.5, 10.2 kilometers down, 18:25. And the next one is a 0.9, 1.9 kilometers down from 6:52 a.m. and a 0 from a 1.1 kilometer down from 16:29. So that's those guys. Then we got a 0.5 up here, 1.1 clicks down, 6:36 a.m. Not seeing anything over at Grimsvatn. We do have a 0.7 at Bardabunga, and that is a 1.1 kilometer down, and that is from 2:38 a.m. We do have a little grouping over here at Askja, a 0.5, 4.3 kilometers down from 10:43. 0 up there, 4.9 kilometers down from 19:52. 0.1, 3.7 clicks down from 15 or minutes after 4 p.m. or 1600. And this one is from 15:09 or 3:09 in the afternoon. 1.28 in magnitude, 3.7 kilometers down for that one. A 0.8 and 3.7 clicks down, 13:53 is the time on it. And then the 0.3 there from 1907, 0.3, 3.3 kilometers down. That's all we've got over there so far. Getting over to Herdebreit, we do have 4 quakes there. A 0.5, 4 kilometers down from 3:12 a.m. Another 0.5, 5.5 kilometers down from 5:05 a.m. And from 1834, we have a 0.3, 7.9 kilometers down. And I got that 5-minute warning. Thank you, Piggy. 4:35 a.m., 0.7, 4.1 kilometers down for that one in Herdebreit. Moving up, a 0.3, 2.7 kilometers down, 9:35 this morning. And then we've got a 0.8 over here, 5 kilometers down, 5:35 a.m. for that guy as well. 4:05 a.m., 0.9, 15.7 kilometers, really deep. 2.6 in magnitude, 5.6 clicks down, just about 6 a.m. For that guy. And 4:17 a.m., 0.8, 9 kilometers down. How deep was this? 5.6 clicks. That 1.1, 9.2 clicks down from 4:39. We'll get this 1.7, 18.9 kilometers down from 17:22 for that guy. I want to get the other one that's way out there. That's up here, 2.3 from 10:28 a.m., 5.2 kilometers down. Then we've got this little swarm just to the northeast, kind of Grimsey, and we'll see what we got there. 11.8 kilometers down from 23:25. 2.2, 11 kilometers down from 23:25 as well. 1.3, 10.2 kilometers down from 15:27. Then we've got this one from 23:44. It's a 1.3 in magnitude, 9.5 kilometers down. Next one is from 23:05 as well. A 1.8, 8.6 clicks down. And a 1.6, 8.2 kilometers down from 23:05. And then we've got a 1.4, 7.1 kilometers down from 1847, and one more, which is a 1.2, 5.4 kilometers down from 1735. So that's what we've got there, and we got the other ones as well, so that's all good. Very interesting to see that. I do like seeing the extra activity down here, though. That is encouraging, and even seeing a couple of quakes in our Fragedalfjeld area, very, very encouraging. I do like that. I'm hoping that we're going to see a migration of this inland, and hopefully this is a magma intrusion of some sort. But so far, what we've seen is that our magma and our seismic is really down, and according to the charts that we are seeing a mostly tectonic movement. In other words, the plates are shifting. So that is possible. But again, I do want to emphasize, if the plates are shifting, they may allow some wonderful material to come up. And if that is the case, it would be nice. Thank you for the 1 minute warning, Piggy. And that's also a good. Big eggs, where's my frying pan? Hey, you leave those eggs alone. It's time for a break. And after we come back from the break, what? Nope, no puppies staying. Okay. Anyway, yeah, if you haven't hit that like button yet, please do consider hitting it. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. That would be awesome. And on that friendly note, please hang around after the break, and we will have bacon seeds. And if you don't know what they are, you will find out. And anyway, after that, we'll do our secret volcano, and we'll see if somebody can guess which volcano it is. But it's got to be an educated guess. It really does. And then after that, and then we will show you a video. I'm not going to say who it's from yet. Otherwise, there may be something going on. Anyway, I'm your host, DrFox2000. Don't go away. I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Thanks. we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome back, Ice Cream-less Dr. Fox. Did you clean that out, Piggy? Oh, darn it. What am I gonna do? Ice cream is so expensive. Thank you, Piggy, and thanks Sue and Kevin as well. Anyway, bacon seed time, you guys. So let's get over there. And hey, how come I haven't seen I hear you, DrFox2000 in here yet? You know that Sharon Stewart. She's not here apparently. Let's go stop our canned lava, and we'll stop that somewhere around there. And let's go over. I put the ice cream back, Dr. Fox. Okay. Anyway, that was the last bacon seed from yesterday, and that's not really a truly bacon seed. That looks more like a wabbit, but anyway, a snout bopping kind of wabbit. Anyway, all cool. There is the wonderful Piggy sending more wonderful pictures, and we'll see what we've got today. And I don't know if she sent all of them, but we'll see. What about this one here? All right, this two here. I think Piggy had a theme, something with dogs and pigs. Now, I know for a fact that this dog was saying to the pig, you want to have a race? And the pig kind of just, yeah, okay, we'll do a racing. So away they went, and they did race. And I am not sure who the winner was, because there they are. And they both seem to be over the line about the same. And I don't know, it might be the dog by a nose, but they are definitely doing their thing. So that is pretty awesome to see. So they definitely are both very agile animals, obviously. Let's get to our next bacon seed. And what's the matter, Sarah? You never seen a pig do running? Yeah. But yep, they gotta have fun with their buddies, so it's all good. That pig does look pretty serious, so anyway, next bacon seed is this one, and I think there's some kind of a theme going on here. A pig saying, "Are you okay, Husky?" I don't know. But I don't think there was a real response, but we'll see what our next bacon seed looks like. And definitely the pig does have a concerned look on his face about why the husky is feeling so glump. Next one is this one. They're playing, they're having a little bit of fun. That is awesome. And the poor puppy and just rolling over and laughing. Love it. And that is very, very awesome. Next bacon seed is these two. And there's the husky and the piggy. They're cuddling. And the husky has his paw on the piggy. And they are snoozing on their mat. That's very nice of them. That is cute. I like that. Next bacon seed is these two. Well, looks like a pug is pushing the little one around. Big meanie. Yeah. It's either that or trying to snout bop him. One of the two. He is sizing him up. Sizing up a gore for the oven. Oh, is that what he's doing? Well, he better be careful. Some people might take offense to that. Here's another set of pigs, or hang on, a dog and a pig. They are sharing a nice warm bed. They're cuddling. And the pig that is sizing up the pig is sizing up the dog. Oh, is that what the deal is? Okay. Anyway, this one looks pretty awesome. And let's see what our next one is. And they all seem to have dogs with them today. Oh, look at these two snoozing. Isn't that wonderful? They're having a nap together. They're very, very cuddly. And that is awesome. And we have one more bacon seed for today. And, yep, little fuzzy guy. And this is our last bacon seed for today. And that is another set of neat companions. A smirking pig and a wonderful dog. And they too are sharing the little doggy bed or piggy bed, whatever you want to call it. That is awesome. And thank you, Piggy, very kindly for sending those wonderful bacon seeds in today. Very kind of you, as always, and we love that. So very cool, very awesome. Anyway, I don't want to procrastinate here. Let's, I'm going to stop my lava again. Why did that not stop? That's supposed to stop. Pause. There. All right. We want to get over to the secret volcano picture of the day. And that is this one. And I know it's going to be interesting. Now, this is a close-up of a volcano, and I've let's get rid of the archive footage out. And no, it is not Ragnar. Definitely not Ragnar. Anyone else? Hey, Tom and Pepper, welcome. Who is going to guess at what this volcano is? And this is a nice shot. And no, Piggy, it's not La Palma. La Palma is an island, and I know you're thinking of Cumbre Vieja. Sarah Miles is saying it is Etna, and Kevin says it's Sakurajima. Well, I'm going to give it to Sarah Miles because it is Mount Etna. And I'm surprised that she got that, and I think she was just guessing. Because I don't think she really knew which volcano it was. Anyway, we'll give you the cookies, so there you go. And the reason, it was a wild guess. The reason I chose this one today, our good friend Michael, Active Nature, had a new video up. Wow, it's a new video, but it's an old video. Okay, it's old video, but it's new to him posting. He did have this recorded a while back. I am going to post the link to the video, and we will pin it up in the top. So for those who haven't gone over, please do enjoy this. He has many other videos on his channel, and I will make this, it does have fairly good sound to it as well, so please enjoy this. And let's let it go here, and away we go. And it is Mount Etna. And there's some audio to it. It's about 10 minutes long. I will, hang on, how long is it? Yeah. I'll be back when it's over. Don't go away. There's a noise, so I don't want to interrupt it.
Madonna che fontane!
Okay, and I've got the microphone back on. So that is pretty awesome, you guys. Very, very awesome indeed. Quick peek at Etna itself, and of course we go back a little ways. We'll try 12 hours ago just to see what it looks like today. And there is Mount Etna doing its thing. Very awesome, and you know, right now it's of course quiet, not doing a darn thing. But that video footage was from 2012 and 2013, and Michael had done that while he was up there doing his filming, and in my opinion, very awesome. It was really, really very, very Lavely, yeah, Lavely, thanks. Yeah, you're welcome there, Kevin. And I thought I'd share that with you guys. And for those who have not yet subscribed to Michael, that is Active Nature, and his link for this video is up top. You are welcome to go over there and subscribe to him. We've managed to get him over 1,000, the 1,000 mark, so he's at 1,040 subscribers. If we can push that up a little bit, that would really be awesome. And you're welcome, Sue, and thanks to Michael as well for sharing that with us, at least allowing us to show it here. And of course, I do always get permission from him before I show any of his wonderful work, and he doesn't mind sharing, considering it's a good business for his channel to get more subscribers and things like that. So that of course is Mount Etna right now at this very moment, but we will put this back over to our other thing. I am going to go take a quick break, even though I kind of had a little break, but I'm going to do that anyway. And we'll get back right away. So this gives you an opportunity to go over and subscribe to Michael's channel if you haven't done so already. And I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes, and we will hide our wonderful photo there, and we'll put it back on the canned lava. Don't go away. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, do consider subscribing to the channel. I see so far we haven't even had 40 people in here, maximum. And usually we get at least 50 to 60. Friday nights, though, are usually a little bit less than normal, so to be expected. Anyway, people have things to do, places to go, and lovely things to take care of. Let me throw the music on. I will be back shortly. Don't go away. Thanks. there we go. The microphone is back on, and welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. Glad to have you on here. Clunk, clunk, a series of claps, kick, turn, up, a clunk. Okay, I tried, and is it working, Cookster? Welcome, Amon, DJ, and Cookster Littlefield, and thank you for the welcome backs from Sue and Kevin and Cookster, of course, with all the harassing comments. Clunk, clunk. All right, let's clunk this to a stop, and we'll carry on with our other stuff. Where do we want to go next? Well, I was going to go to the Azores, but, you know, I looked at the Azores and pictures are no good. We do have 4 quakes there in the Azores, nothing on Sao George or Sao Jorge there, and that is the skinny island, looks like a knife. Nothing happening there. This is Pico Island, Fayal Island. We do have one that happened 5 hours ago. To the west of Fayal, northwest or west-northwest, or something like that. Anyway, 2.34 kilometers down, happened at 20:02 for that guy. And then over here on Terceira, we actually have 3 quakes. 2.0 is a surface quake from 1458, and then we have this guy 5 hours ago, or from 1911, it's a 2.3 in magnitude, 5 kilometers down, never mind the 2. Next one is this one, 2.5, and it's 2 kilometers down as well, 1911 is the time on it. So those are the quakes there for our wonderful Azores, and that of course is in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. And there's Portugal, Spain, France, and England and Ireland over there, and Sue waving hello to us from Nova Scotia, and that is awesome. Anyway, this is of course our mid-Atlantic ridge. Well, this is the Rakens Ridge down to here, and mid-Atlantic ridge carrying on from there, and then East Azores fault going out here towards the Strait of Gibraltar area. So pretty awesome, pretty cool, and all good. We will leave that page B. I'm going to put it back onto that one. Conditions there weren't too bad there, but really nothing super special happening, so we can't see a lot. I'm not going to worry about it. We do see the lights of Pico Island there, and of course the village and the bright harbor lights, and the other one is already beyond time, so let's leave them be. We'll go over to our next one, and that will be our wonderful Popocatépetl, and Popocatépetl in Mexico, and hopefully we'll be able to see what's going on there. So Mexico City, there we go, 70 kilometers south of Mexico City, and that is our wonderful Popocatépetl. It was continuing to do its things. It has had multiple eruptions that were blasting way up into the air, and we do like that. It continues to impress. I did try to get some footage from during the night. It did have about 3 little spills that were visible, but nothing too serious, not worthy of me making a video for it. So I desperately do want to get an eruption filmed somewhere, but it wasn't worthwhile. So you know, it did erupt, but nothing outrageous. This is another one from slightly earlier there at 1548, and we did have to contend with some clouds in between there, but there were some pretty heavy eruptions in between those clouds as well. Hard to tell. You can see it pluming out though, and it is continuing to do exactly that, and some of the eruptions have been getting bigger and bigger. So hopefully we will see some wonderful lava flow from this thing eventually. Here's another one from 10:53 a.m. Very darkish clouds as it billows out. And here's another one from slightly earlier. And this one is from 9:52 a.m. Very, very dark ash clouds loaded with all kinds of tephra and so on in there. And always nice to see that. Still some snow on there, but hey, to be expected. And let's see. If we go back a little bit more here, it was basically continuing to do what it's doing. You know, time after time, there was more of that. This is just about 8 a.m. and it had plumed out again, a fairly heavy and dark ash to really make for an interesting time. Here's another one from a little earlier, and this is just about 7 a.m. and it's almost like this thing's on the clock every hour or so. It's been erupting, and there you can see the heavy ash plumes as it continues to throw out its material. And prior to that, we don't see too much, and we get into a golden time there where we see a little bit of sunrise action still, but that's about at 6:34 a.m. We do have a report for this one. I'm going to put this back on live, so that's what it looks like right now there. The report, of course, is saying that it is Popocatépetl, Mexico, occasional strong eruptions continue, or explosions continue, sorry. And indeed, those are some nice shots. So definitely worthy of having a look, and it shows you where it's located. That's not Popocatépetl. All right, let's leave that one alone. But that was on the 12th, that shot, and it rose to 19,000 feet, or 5,800 meters, and dissipated towards the southeast. Lava bombs were ejected as far as 2 kilometers away, landing onto the southern flank. So it is pretty active. I'm going to leave it in this mode. You can see how that is happening from this camera view. And this is another one, just a very short video. And I don't believe it had any sound. That was just a little sniblet there. And then there was another video here, and I am very curious where this place is, because that is awful close to the volcano. Let's see what that one looked like. It's 44 seconds worth, and we can see it pluming up quite a ways into the skies. When we did have the volume on, you could hear it quite well at that. So that is interesting. And this, of course, was, let's see if we copy the link, and we can drop the link in there. No, we can't. It's too long. It's a Twitter link. It's way too long. So we can't do that, unfortunately. But yeah, that was kind of it. So that's our report on Popocatépetl in Mexico doing its thing. And next one we're going over is our wonderful Fuego. And Fuego, we missed the sunset, but the nice part is we can go back and see the sunset. And that was somewhere, well, it wasn't a really good sunset today because of the amount of clouds that we had in the way. And it's a little bit on the stormy side there. They did have this stream shut down for a while, and we don't have the full 12 hours that we normally get. This is just before it had a little puff there. Let's see if we can get back to the puff, and there it is. That was 11:30, 11:35, and of course it kept on doing its thing. You know, during a regular routine hours and minutes and that kind of thing. This is from 9:19 a.m. So doing its thing. That is our wonderful Fuego down in Guatemala, and that is pretty awesome to see. So I like that. Anyway, we won't dwell on it. This is another one from earlier. This is at 8:11 a.m. and again, off-gassing and throwing out all kinds of stuff. It does appear that it is venting from the opposite side now. And that is a good indicator that the dome has broken up a little bit. And the top may be somewhat unstable because of the recent massive eruptions that it has had. And it has had some really, really good ones. That was probably lava on the break for sure. Yep. Anyway, we'll leave this guy be and put it back to alive. And very difficult to see anything right now with the sun setting there and the cloud conditions. And you can barely see the volcano right there. No lava showing at this point in time. Next guy on our agenda, I'm going to make this small again. Next guy on our agenda, of course, is Masaya, and that is down in Nicaragua. We can see the caldera. Yesterday we had a little bit better chance to see it with the lava curve or dome down on the bottom here, but not seeing that today because of all the smoke. I am going to refresh it, and and there it is, and there's our little bit of lava. You can kind of see a portion of the actual lava pit inside that big round hole. So don't fall in there, you'll never get out. It's a one-way ticket, and that is what you want to avoid. Next volcano up on our agenda. Hang on, I gotta make this one smaller. That is a Popocatépetl, and let's make it a little smaller. There we go. And we'll go to this one, and this will be our wonderful Merapi. And Semeru again isn't working, but they did stream earlier, and wasn't a heck of a lot going on. Whoops. I hit that button twice. I shouldn't have done that. Going back a little bit though, let's see what a Merapi looked like today. And there is a Merapi steaming and off-gassing, doing its thing. If we get back a little bit further, we get back towards the morning. And 5:16 a.m. Sun is up a little bit, but not seeing any lava flow. If we go back a little bit more though, we do see some lava coming out. This is at, what is it, 4:41, and we can definitely see some decent flow coming out there. You don't have a problem seeing that, and this is the side angle of it. Definitely worthy of being able to see. So even in black and white, it looked pretty darn good, and it had a few of those during the course of the night. So this is another one from, they were looking at it a slightly different angle, and you can see it kind of taken those two paths again, and that is quite interesting, that it has changed a little bit and decided to use this site a little bit more often, which I kind of like. It gives you a little bit more of an insight into what this volcano is doing. Anyway, earlier picture wasn't the greatest of quality, but it does show immense amounts of lava pouring out. And this one right here, even with a little bit of cloud in the way and kind of a fuzzy picture, we'll see it really get bright here, and then we'll see some heavy lava flow. Let's see if we speed that up just a bit. You can see there it gets bright, and as we leave it there, it does start to flow down the hill. If you notice there, you can watch the action from this angle, and it does get quite a ways down. You can see it flowing over there and down the hill. So definitely some heavy-duty action there from Merapi over the course of the night. And there you can see those lava bombs rolling down the hill. And this was just around 3 a.m. And if we expedite that a little bit, you can see that lava flow on the other small cam here, as well as the bigger one, even with the clouds in the way. And there again, you can see quite a bit of that movement. That's a lot of lava, all in one shot. So this guy is not taking prisoners, if you know what I'm saying. And going back a little bit further, 216. Again, picture not the greatest, but you do see more lava flowing. And I was hoping they'd have closer up shots, but they don't, so I guess they must sleep at night or something silly like that. Who wants to do that when you're watching volcanoes, eh? Earlier though, they did have it pointed there in color, and we do want to get back to that. That should be right around here. And let's see if we can get this advanced far enough to show the actual eruption there. Let's advance 10 seconds at a time. I may have gone back just a little too far. There it is. All right, so yeah, lava, beautiful, and let's make that a bigger screen so you can see that bacon like you don't have enough bacon today yet. But that's what it's all about, is watching the bacon going down the hill. And that is pretty cool. And of course, in that area, you notice it seems to not go down into the crevasse anymore, since that has been filled up. So pretty awesome. Claire Shipman, welcome and hello, and popping in for 5 minutes. That's awesome, and that's enough time to get your a refill on bacon. And there it is, and coming down the side of Merapi, and looks pretty awesome. Gotta love the flows. So very, very cool to be able to see that. Anyway, yeah, let's. That is at 21:20 yesterday. They did have it back in black and white mode prior to that. So the next shots, of course, are like this, and you can see it there. It's flowing pretty heavy as well. So, and let's leave Merapi be, and Merapi is happy with some bacon flowing, and we will leave it back on live. And this is what it looks like right now. Unfortunately, not very good looking. We'll make that one smaller, go over to our next one, and this is our wonderful Mount Ruapehu. And Mount Ruapehu is hardly visible. That's there. That's better. I can see it now. Darn it. Snow on it? Yep. Volcano happening? Nope. It's quiet and doing its thing. So just laying there, brewing up something or other. Hopefully one of these days we'll see that guy erupting, and that'll make things really, really nice. Pardon me. And on that note, this is from about 1 p.m. So we'll leave it there, and we'll carry on to our next shot. I'm going to make that one smaller again. Next, of course, is the chart for Taupo, and that should be refreshed, so we will look at that real quick. We can see that it has an increase in activity, but nothing going off the scale. So definitely a little bit more interest there, but nothing encouraging us to think it's going to pop or erupt or anything like that. Anyway, we'll leave that shot alone, and we'll go to our next view. And of course, that is their camera. And the lake is the caldera for Taupo. And of course, it's filled with water. So what do you think's going to happen if this thing erupts? Huh? We're going to see big kabooms. Anyway, that is what we've got going on there, and you can actually see Mount Ruapehu in the background, which is really awesome, right back there, which is really, really nice to be able to see. All right, we are getting very close to break time. I don't know, nobody's said anything here for a few minutes. They must be engrossed in the video, so all good. Hopefully somebody types something so I can see the on-screen clock. Just anybody, type anything, something, please, please. There, Sue, 7 o'clock, thank you, it's break time, that's what I needed. And let's put it back on this lava, and I'm going to go take a break, you guys. And after the break, we will go to our Alaskan slash Russian volcanoes, or the reports, and then we'll go from there. We'll go over to Japan, and we'll leave it as that for right now. So don't go away. More to come for those good people who are here. If you have not yet hit that like button, please give it a quick bop. Also, if you have not yet subscribed to the channel, consider subscribing. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000. I'll be back in 5, 6, or 7 minutes. Don't go away. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone, and glad to have you all here. What it is it is Mexico, and they have a start to my vacate people out of the area because of the eruption. That is a possibility going off soon. Well, we don't know yet if they're going to evacuate people from the area, Claire, but we do know that it is getting more active as time progresses. So, pretty good. And thank you for the welcome back from Sue. And, Kevin Haynes. No, you're not singing it. Thank you for saying, I hear you, DrFox2000. You're not going to sing it, man. No way. It's not melodious coming from you, Kevin. I'm sorry. You might play the piano real good, but that's all good. Let's see. Welcome back, and Dr. Fox. Thanks, Claire, and pretty good bacon on Fuego. Yep, that's nice. We're not on Fuego right now. We are looking at our next ones, and that is going here to Shivelish for right now. And let's see if we can get that picture bigger. There we go. That is Shivelish, and it is continuing to off-gas fairly heavy. This is not live. These are still shots, and they update every minute or so. So definitely doing its thing. We do see it pluming up quite a ways, and still a lot of smoke and ash in the air from it, and that is pretty cool. And we do see it doing its thing. Spewing in Kamchatka, you bet. That is what's happening. Next little tidbit is this one. Let me get the screen back, and I'm actually going to see if this will update. And okay, so there's your Kamchatka Peninsula, Shivelish right around there. Our volcanic ash advisory or advisories for aircraft is now over here. Since that is drifted all the way over, this is how far it has gone, and flight level 360, so 36,000 feet is where it's sitting, and that is what they need to watch out for. And of course, that is what they're indicating in both plots. And let's see, also indicating a flight level 380 up here in northern or central Alaska, not too far to the east of Nome. No, is it Nome? No, North Pole, Alaska. There we go. It's the North Pole. Anyway, that is what they're showing. So, of course, for those good people, anyone who wants this, I'm going to copy and paste into the chat, just so you have that link if you want to take a look at that. And while we're here, speaking of Shivelish, while we're on the Kamchatka Peninsula, let's take a look at his buddy. It's called Bezimiani. And Bezimiani, too, is very busy. Bezimiani volcano, Kamchatka, incandescent hot rocks falls continue from the lava dome. And that is an awesome little picture. Very beautiful to see that. It's the southwestern slopes, and that is what's happening there. So we have two active volcanoes there for sure, very close to each other in the Kamchatka Peninsula. And let's see, oh yeah, this is something else. That's in Germany. We don't need that. All right, anyway, it says the eruption continues with activity growing lava dome. Okay, latest image, April 8th, of the volcano's activity, taken by volcanologists. Okay, shows descending a lava or glowing lava blocks, block avalanches emanating from the lava dome. Block and ash flows continue to travel over the southwestern flanks, accompanied by fine dust plumes, so-called phoenix clouds, as separated from currents. So pretty awesome to see that, and that is what our wonderful Bessie Miani is doing up there. And while we're up there in that general area, next volcano on the list is Ibuco, and Ibuco is up there as well. That, of course, is on the island just to the south of the Kamchatka Peninsula, and it too is busy. So that whole area is doing a fantastic job. This is Paramushir Island up in the Kuril Islands. Volcanian activity continues, as it says. So explosive eruption at the volcano continues at moderate levels. Volcano continues to produce minor, sometimes strong volcanic eruptions accompanied by ash plumes, with an average altitude of 9,000 feet or 2,700 meters. Ash, spewed ash was spread to the east-northeast of the volcano. In other words, towards North America. And that is pretty awesome to see. That is kind of a nice shot there. That was actually a shot from April 6th. Thing is, there's very few people up there. So this is one of the things. And something that really did bother me, and I mentioned it earlier today, people with headlines saying that the Russians are mourning because of the Shivlush eruption and this kind of thing, and making it sound like tons of people died up there or something. I just want to make it absolutely clear: the Shivlush eruption, there have been 0 reports of injury and 0 deaths. Okay, so that way everyone is all aware of it. There is nobody hurt, nobody killed, because there's nobody up there. All right. There are people there within about 20-25 kilometers, but that is one of the things that I just want to make sure that everyone understands. So if you watch those videos that say, Russians are mourning because of this or that, don't believe it. There's nobody hurt, nobody got killed. There is no population right close to that volcano, nor is there a population close to Ibuco, just so you know that, or Bessie Miani for that matter. All right, so let's not be fooled by frivolous headlines that aren't depicting truthful attitudes. Next volcano, while we're up north, this one, of course, it talks about Aniakchak, and that is in the Aleutian Islands on the, it's actually on the Alaskan Peninsula, and that is eruption, a warning, intense seismic activity, and alert status raised to yellow. And this was from today. So obviously we've got something happening there, even though we've had a downfall in quakes that we've been observing. It is now apparently picked up again. And that is the ground surface change at Aniakchak, based on Sentinel-1 SAR between February 27th and March 23rd. So I don't know if that is still in fact accurate or not, but that is there. And of course there they're showing where the quakes were. And last couple of days there really haven't been many. Last 2 days we see one quake in there. And this is why I kind of say, you know, let's take a look and see what's really happening there, because to me it doesn't make a lot of sense. If the quakes are dying out, why is you know, why are they still reporting it? Maybe they're just nervous. I have no idea. But Aniak check and the Alaskan Peninsula, of course, doing its thing. And let's see, Alaskan Volcano Observatory announced the increased rate of seismic activity at the volcano, mid-February to following a swarm of earthquakes, blah blah blah. I'm just trying to read through it. It really doesn't have anything really new. The evolving activity was found in the strongest quake with magnitude 3.3 on April 6th. But what they failed to write down, though, is that there was a couple days where they had 0 quakes, and also a couple days where they had one quake, which was 0.9 or something. You know, so this is something that you have to take into consideration, and this is really new. But hey, we got to rely on what the experts tell us, of course, so hopefully we will see better information coming out of there, maybe a more updated stuff in the very, very near future. In the meantime, we will continue on, and just a quick another peek at the wonderful Shivelish there, as it is continuing to erupt, and that is, of course, from a Kvert News and Weather channel, or well, it's part of the Russian Seismology and Volcanology Institute there. What is it? Institute of Volcanology and Seismology, Far East Branch, Russia Academy of Science is what they call it. And so that is what we see there, and we continue to get updated pictures for anyone who wants to keep an eye on it themselves. Here's the link for that camera, and the other link that you can put in there is, instead of having Shivelish 2, you just take the 2 out, and that'll give you one of the other cameras. And if you put a Shivelish 3 there, that'll give you a third camera view. And hopefully that is of interest. And let's see what else we can throw at you here while we're looking. And I know that picture, and they really do update them very frequently because of the activity. Not that you notice much of a change. Anyway, let's go over to another little segment here, and we are going to put it on to this. And I don't know if I showed you this video, but it's 6 minutes long. I don't know, did I show this yesterday? I'm just going to pause this for a second. I can't remember if I actually showed this. I thought I did not show it. And we'll go back to the title here. Maybe that reminds people. Plate boundaries. Where the tectonic, where are the tectonic plates? Lithospheric plates. There we go. Got that out properly. I don't think I showed that yesterday, did I? Anyone remember? You haven't seen it, Sue? All right. Well, I'll let that play, and then we'll continue with our show, and we'll get over to Japan after this. Crank your volumes up. It's quiet.
The cool, rigid outer layer of the Earth, the lithosphere, is broken into massive plates. There are about a dozen major plates and many smaller plates in continuous motion as they collide with, slide under, or move past each other in a process known as plate tectonics. A plate may be entirely oceanic lithosphere, like the Pacific Plate, or, like the North American Plate, can be part oceanic and part continental lithosphere. We will return to lithosphere types in a minute, but first, let's look inside the Earth to clarify the layers. The mantle is a 2,900 kilometer thick, high magnesium silicate rock layer located between the crust and the core. The uppermost part, the lithospheric mantle, is cooler and more rigid than the deeper mantle. It lies above a hotter and more ductile layer of similar composition called the asthenosphere. As an analogy to how rock can either be brittle or ductile, consider a taffy bar like the Big Hunk. When force is applied, they are brittle when cold and ductile when warm. Zooming in to a tectonic cross-section, we see that the lithospheric plates are composed of crust on top of the outermost rigid part of the mantle. Although the mantle has a different composition and higher density than the crust, these two layers migrate as a single mechanical layer called a lithosphere or tectonic plate. This is where earthquakes occur as the brittle rock that makes up the plates fractures and breaks. The hotter, more ductile asthenospheric rock does not fracture to produce earthquakes. Continental lithosphere, with continental crust above lithospheric mantle, typically ranges from 150 to 200 kilometers thick. Continental crust stands above sea level because it has an average thickness of 40 kilometers and is mostly made of more buoyant, silica-rich, low-density granitic, sedimentary, and metamorphic rocks, which form the continents. Oceanic lithosphere, formed at spreading ridges, is typically 50 to 140 kilometers thick. Oceanic crust is only around 8 kilometers thick and is denser than continental crust because it contains less low-density silica and more high-density iron and magnesium. Thus, it forms the ocean floor with its top surface below sea level. Relative motion between plates can be broadly grouped into three main categories: transform, divergent, and convergent. Returning to the world map view, we show transform or strike-slip boundaries are places where plates move horizontally against each other. Divergent or constructive boundaries are places where plates move apart from one another. And places where plates press into one another are called convergent or destructive boundaries. Lithosphere is neither created nor destroyed along transform boundaries, which connect segments of spreading oceanic ridges and other plate boundaries. Transform boundaries can also cut across continents, as the San Andreas Zone does in California, where it connects the East Pacific Rise to the Cascadia Subduction Zone. Shallow earthquakes on long transform boundaries that cut continental crust can approach magnitude 8, whereas those on oceanic transform boundaries tend to be much smaller. At divergent boundaries, oceanic crust forms at spreading ridges where plates pull away from each other. A small volume of the mantle melts to create the crust. The hot, buoyant, upwelling mantle supports the oceanic ridges that form the Earth's longest mountain systems. Because temperature increases rapidly with depth at divergent boundaries, there is only a thin layer of brittle rock to fracture in earthquakes. Most earthquakes occur within the upper 10 kilometers and have magnitudes that are generally less than 6. More than 75% of all earthquakes occur on or near convergent boundaries. Here, an oceanic plate is forced beneath a continental in a process called subduction. Indeed, the world's largest earthquakes occur near the shallow edge of the boundary where magnitude 9s have been recorded. At this location, stress builds up over tens to hundreds of years until it releases like a spring and can produce tsunamis. A broad zone of shallow earthquakes occurs within the overriding plate due to compressive forces near the convergent boundary. Earthquakes can reach depths of 700 kilometers within the subducting plates because the oceanic plate can remain cold and brittle as it dives into the deeper mantle. Similar processes occur when an oceanic plate subducts beneath another oceanic plate. Here, an ocean trench marks the location where the plate is pushed down into the mantle. In this case, the line of volcanoes that grows on the upper oceanic plate is an island arc. Not all convergent boundaries involve subduction. When the continental parts of converging plates come together, neither can subduct. Instead, the two continents collide, producing horizontal deformation and uplift in the continental crust to build mountains and plateaus. Frequent shallow earthquakes in the continental collision zones can exceed magnitude 8 and are generally less than 40 kilometers deep. In addition to these three boundaries, there are also diffuse boundary zones in which deformation occurs over a wide region. Although less common than earthquakes along plate boundaries, earthquakes in the interior part of plates, called intraplate earthquakes, do occur. Nevertheless, tectonic activity and earthquakes are chiefly concentrated at or near plate boundaries, where many geologic features including volcanoes, mountains, trenches, and tsunamis are in a constant state of change.
And that's it for that one. So I hope you guys enjoyed that little extra blurb. And let's get over to our next volcano. And of course, that is over at our Japanese guys. And not the greatest of weather there in Japan. We do want to show you, though, the ice cream boat is in. So come and get your ice cream. Yeah, it's such low fog right now, or the clouds are so low we cannot see Sakurajima. You are welcome there, Tom, and hope everyone thinks likewise. And hopefully it's something that is, worthy of showing. A quick video like that helps all of us learn a little bit more about how things are being created and subducted and so on and so forth, and where the earthquakes are happening and that kind of thing. So helps for education. Go get your ice cream if you haven't done that yet. And let's take a look back at our volcano. I want to see if we can even see it today. It was raining earlier, and I know it was very poor weather there in Japan. So yeah, almost impossible to see even into the nighttime. We do see a little bit there very early this morning at 6 a.m. But that rain and the steam and fog and everything else that is in there is making it virtually impossible to really have a good look and see what is happening there. And I'm not sure how the other shots are. Of course, that one we're not even going to bother with. This one is Suwanoshijima on the southern islands there, and it too has got that bad weather, unfortunately. So spending a lot of time here looking at clouds is not in our forte, if you will, and that is kind of what we've seen. And there were times where the visibility was so poor you couldn't tell whether the volcano was actually there. How about that one? Okay, it's called volcano gray. That happens quite a bit. Earlier in the morning, 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, you can kind of see the outline, but really no light there to give us any clue of what's happening. That was at 1:14, and this is going all the way back to 23:41 from the before midnight there. And that orangey glow there, that is because of the camera. That's nothing to do with lava. But that is what we've got going on there at Suwanoshijima. Very difficult to tell anything. Next one, of course, is Aesol, and that is the same difficulty or issue that we're having, is we can't see it today, unfortunately. So it doesn't matter where I go back to, it is sitting in the clouds. You can see the rails there of the roof edge. So that is about it. And some water droplets on the actual camera lens. And that's all we've got for there. Make that smaller again. Actually going to make this one smaller as well. And this one too while we're at it. And let's take a look. This, of course, is at our other one, Asama, and same type of affair. We did see Asama a little bit earlier. It barely poked through though, and that was at 4:30 a.m. You can see the mountain there, but you can see those clouds moving in as well. And if we go back a little bit further, this is about 8 hours ago their time, and that's at 2:30 a.m. We can see that it is producing a fairly good plume, but no visible light or lava of any type. And if we go back a little bit more, we might be able to see it just a tad better there. And again, continuing to off gas, 1:39 a.m. And if we go back even a little bit further to 23:42, it continues. So that is kind of it for Japan, you guys. And let's see, it actually is a break time. So I don't know where we'll stick you back on here. I need to back that up a little bit though. Unfortunately, that is not enough lava in the can there. Let's leave it right about there, and we'll let that play. After we come back from our break, we will definitely go do hope everyone got their ice cream. The ice cream boat's leaving. Just figured I'd tell you that. Yeah, I got those other ones fixed up. The only other one that we wanted to maybe take a look at is Yellowstone, but it's not pointing at Old Faithful right now, so we'll leave that one be. And I'll leave you here for right now, so please enjoy the lovely view, and I will go do our thing here. Claire says, good night, Doc. Thank you for the video, and good night to all. Good night, Claire Shipman, and be good. Stay safe. Remember, tomorrow is Saturday, so the stream starts early, and VolcanoX, and there's going to be the, yeah, we're going to do the volcano report after the break there, Sue, and then we will get into our earthquakes. So that's what's going to happen next. But a break right now, and that is what we got to do. So don't go away, keep smiling, and I'll make sure I get the volcano report front and center. It's a big and, well, not that big. It is there, but we'll do our thing. So all good, and we'll carry on with our stuff. I'm going to go take that break. Keep smiling. Hit the like button if you haven't done that yet. And on that friendly note, I'll be back in 5 or 6 or 7 minutes. Don't go away. microphone's back on. Welcome or welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. I see we're getting less and less people in here. Everybody's going to bed. And it's a Friday. I don't know why they're all going to bed. Darn it. Oh well, I guess that's what happens when you're boring and you don't have any new lava. People that are not so interested disappear, unfortunately. And Lizoid says still there. Excellent. Thank you, Sue, for the welcome back. And let's see. I guess we'll leave it here and get on to the volcano report. So we'll read through this real quick. And let's see. The last... what do we got from yesterday, Thursday night? We had 6 volcanoes showing some activity, and Shivelish and the Kamchatka Peninsula, obviously there in Russia. Volcanic ash emissions from April 10th. Well, hang on. This is the 14th. From April 10th. Okay, observed to 32,000 feet. Why are they showing stuff from the from the 10th? All right, I'm a little confused with that report. Anyway, 32,000 feet and 9,800 meters reported at 1740. Previous explosive activity, ash plumes, 32,000 feet, same height there. 9,800 meters, moving easterly direction at 30 knots, reported at 2,100. Anyway, kind of confusing. That's from the 10th. That doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense. We already know that. So anyway, Popocatépetl, central Mexico, ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters at 1830. Reventador, new volcanic ash emissions to 16,000 feet or 4,900 meters, reported at 2,200. Ibico and Paramashir Island and the Kuril Islands, and that is Russia as well. A possible eruption observed to 8,000 feet or 2,400 meters, reported at 2,230. Semeru, East Java, and discrete volcanic ash to 13,000 feet. I guess discrete is more careful, I guess. Anyway, 4,000 meters is that height, and happened at 23:15 yesterday. Sabancaya in Peru, continuous ash emissions to 24,000 feet or 7,300 meters, reported at 2330. They are saying the volcanic ash from April 10th is still above and spreading east. Okay, I get what you mean there, Sue. All right, and let's see. They have this now showing here, Shivelish, Kamchatka Peninsula, Russia. Volcanic ash seen over British Columbia at 20,000 feet, 6,100 meters, reported at 30 minutes after midnight, and then same height and same report again at 7:30 a.m. And I can also confirm it has reached Alberta as well. And that has gone in just north of Hinton area and out near Grand Cache, Alberta. So definitely has made its way all the way through. Sangay, Ecuador, of ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 2:15 a.m. Volcanic ash likely emissions likely to 21,000 feet, 6,400 meters, reported at 8:15. Sabancaya, continuous ash emissions to 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters, reported at 5:30. And then puff emissions to the same height at 11:30. Ibico, again on here from Paramashur Island in the Coral Islands. Volcanic ash not identifiable in a satellite report at 6 a.m. See separate email reported at 11:25. That we already did. Popocatépetl, Central Mexico, ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 20,000 feet or 6,100 meters reported at 6 a.m. And we have the separate report we already looked at there as well. Reventador, new volcanic ash emissions around 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters, reported at 9:45 a.m. Fuego in Guatemala, continuing volcanic ash plumes to 15,000 feet, 4,600 meters, reported at 10:15 a.m. And then it talks about Aniakchak there in Alaska, and reported at 12:02. We already looked at that report, and same thing with the Bezimiani on the Kamchatka Peninsula, that report as well. So that is our wonderful volcano report for today. Thank you, Sue. And what is it's likely it's going to cover the whole of Canada. Not just Canada, Cookster. It is also in Washington as well as Oregon already, and moving in, and likely going to get into Idaho and Montana as well with the ash itself. Never mind the SO2. The SO2 is definitely going to spread across all of North America eventually. So that is something to be apprised of. And anyway, let's stop our canned lava here for right now. I'm actually going to reload that can completely to the beginning, and we will get over to our well, let's have a quick peek though before we go over to anywhere else. Quick peek at Yellowstone. That is Old Faithful. I don't think it is geysering right at this second. So we know Old Faithful will blow pretty soon, but we'll go do some earthquakes. We do want to mention the earthquakes, of course, because there's some big stuff going on in our earthquake map. And we'll get to it as soon as I can find it. There it is. All right, so really quickly, looking at our stuff, I want to point out the big ones first. So we know about the big one that we had over there yesterday, and near Vancouver Island, and that is interesting. The other big one that is on the list here is this one, and this is a 7.0, and this over here, there is where our wonderful Merapi is, and I'm not sure. Simaru, I believe, is here somewhere, if I'm not mistaken, here or here. I know this is Egen over here, so but this is where it's happening. This is Pitcairn Island over here, and that one did not have any quakes, or sorry, did not have any tsunami warnings. It did happen at 3:55 a.m. and it was 594 kilometers down. The other one here is another one that they had. What did I say? 3:55. This would have been likely an aftershock. 4:37 a.m. and that is Pitcairn Island, or a lot closer, 112 kilometers from Pitcairn Island, or about 70 miles. This distance here would have been about almost 100 miles. So they would have felt it here, and they certainly would have felt it in this entire area here, and that includes Merapi and Simaru and everybody else along that coast. And that is a very heavily populated coast, just so people understand that when we look, you can see there's lots of people living along the coastline there, and it's town after town after town, and that is pretty wild. There's some bigger places here as well. So those could likely have been affected by this earthquake. Just wanted to point that out. And let's go run through our stuff. Aleutian Islands first, and Tanaga Island is still showing quite a bit of shaking going on there. Do not know what's going to happen there in the future. We'll see. It is still rumbling, but they downgraded it. Moving over and getting over to our peninsula. And this is what I was kind of a little miffed about, because there is our Aniakchak area, and we've had no earthquakes within the last 24 hours. So for them to throw in a report kind of makes me go, if yesterday there was one and none today, and makes a guy wonder what is going on there. We do still see some activity at Trident and his sister over here to the east, or sorry, west, I should say, but don't know what's going on there. Sliding down, of course, the coastline, we don't see a heck of a lot till we get down to Mexico. 4.1 there, very close to the coast. And that is from 1404, 83.6 kilometers down. Next ones are down here. We have 4.6, and that is still off the coast of Mexico, 35 kilometers down for this guy from 1527, again 4.6. And the other one here, 4.4, and that is 44 kilometers down from 1106. And sliding down, we don't see anything in South America today, nothing at the South Sandwich Island area, so I'll leave that alone. We don't see anything new on the mid-Atlantic or mid-Pacific ridge there, or whatever you call it. Boy, I forgot the ridge name, never mind. Nothing there in New Zealand, nothing in Fiji, nothing in Tonga, nothing in Vanuatu, nothing till you get over here to Papua New Guinea, 5.4 from 8:10 a.m., 61.9 kilometers down. Then we've got a 4.4, 16:08 is the time on that, 86 clicks down. 5.3 from 12:09 and 93.3 kilometers down. And this one here, 5.2 from yesterday at 21:01, 37.7 kilometers down. We've gone over these. The one is a 5.4, and that's 592 kilometers down. And the other one is a 7.0. And hopefully everyone is okay over there in on East Java, Central and East Java. Next one, 4.6 there in the Philippines, and that is from 12:18, 198.5 kilometers down. We don't see anything over here at Taiwan or anything on the Japanese islands. Nothing up here on the Kamchatka Peninsula. I think all the pressure is being released via the volcanoes. And sliding over, looking at what we've got, nothing in South Africa. We do have one quake here. Tanzania, 4.9 from 1744, 10 kilometers down for that one. And remember, that is possible. We're going to see this become an island, and this become its own island as well in the future. A couple thousand years, and we'll see it over there. But we've got that new beachfront property for sale if you want some. There in, what is that? Ethiopia, there. There we go, 4.6. Eritrea and Ethiopia area. So that is Surprising, well, not surprising. We know that those areas are going to shake. That's kind of where the faults are. That's where it's going to split there and here. We may end up with a little island nation in between here as well. Anyway, 1637 is the time on this one, 10 kilometers down, 4.6 in magnitude. This one is in Iran, and that is 4.5, and that is on the Arabian microplate. So that's what we've got there. Not seeing anything else on there. Quick peek there. Are we still seeing lots of activity there in Hawaii? Yep, quite a bit. So what we're going to do is we will do these ones in Hawaii after the break, and then we will get on to our wonderful SO2 map. And I know you guys are dying to see that. There's here's a little teaser. There's what the SO2 map is looking like. I'm actually going to refresh that. And there you go. So you can see it's already in Alberta. And it is definitely over BC. And you see it coming here. It's we've already got ash showing in Washington as well. And this heavier plume is going to end up getting into Oregon. And then the second cloud will end up coming over on top of everything else. So lots of stuff going on there. Anyway, we'll show that after, and we'll go finish our earthquakes from Hawaii when we come back from the break. In the meantime, I'll put you back on the lovely lava, let you watch that again. And I will be back in about 5 or 6 minutes. Don't go away. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. And of course, you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. We'll be back. Don't go away. Hit that like button, please. we go. I've got the microphone back on, and of course, you guys were able to see what was happening there at Popocatépetl just a few minutes ago. And that is the nice part about being able to back that up just a tad. So, yep, at 1958 their time is when it popped. And that was pretty cool to see. Thank you, EC, for mentioning that. All good. And pretty awesome. Thank you, Sue, for the welcome back. And we'll definitely keep an eye on this. Thanks, Cookster. Well, look who's back. Yeah, sure. We know who's back. It's Sharon Stewart. What? I brought a note. Oh, yeah, I want to see that note. You better email it right away. Anyway, all good. So, okay, we'll leave Popocatépetl be. I'm going to put it back to absolute live there. So that's what we've got going on. And while we're there, Fuego did go off too, but Fuego is in the clouds, unfortunately, and we did see the plume come up, and theater mode, there we go, and you can see it doing its thing. So they're both going off, and of course you see the lovely lava and the funny looking clouds right in front of it. Looks like somebody parked their UFO right in front, making it hard to see. Anyway, and that is what we've got happening at both of those. We'll revisit those in a little while, and we'll see, of course, if Popocatépetl is any busier during the course of the night. So we'll keep checking on it. Anyway, I'm going to put that back to a small, and we'll get back over to Hawaii and do our Hawaiian earthquakes. And which one do we want first? I think we'll do this little guy out here. 1.8 from 1447, 12.2 kilometers below sea level for that guy. And the Pahala area first off, and then we'll take a look at Kilauea. We see one out a little ways of 1.8, and Pahala, of course, being between roughly 26 to 37 kilometers down, so we won't mention the depth unless it is something really odd. Anyway, that is a 1.8 from 33 minutes after 10 a.m. 2.7, a little bit bigger from 1713. This one is 1.7 from 8:46, and there we go. Next one is a 1.9 from 12:46, and the little one underneath here is a 1.9 from yesterday at 22:07. The bigger one is 2.2 from 14:06 today. This one is a 2.0 from yesterday at 22:27. Next one over is from yesterday as well at 22:03. And sliding over, we'll grab this guy here. 1.9 from, 1846, and then we've got this guy here from 2.2, 6:07 a.m. Next one is a 1.8 from 2039 yesterday. This one is a 2.0 from 1330. Next one is 1.6 from 5:57 a.m. And next one is a 2.2 from 4:48 this morning. And this one is a 2.1 from 1:33 a.m. And that guy, of course, a 2.0 from yesterday at 23:37. And then going up on the side of the slopes, we see this one 2.0 from yesterday at 2209. That one is 8.9 kilometers below sea level. And then getting closer to our wonderful Kilauea, we see this one. There we go. From today at 8:42, 1.8 kilometers below sea level. This is 0.2, very small. Yesterday from 2219, 1.1 kilometer below sea level. And the one right under the caldera, 0.5, yesterday's as well. And that is from 2139, and that is 800 meters above the sea level. So that'd be getting a little closer to the floor of the actual volcano here, and that'd be interesting to see if that starts to shake, rattle, and roll a little bit for us and give us something interesting to look at. That's our earthquakes for Hawaii, and we will continue on and see what we've got over in La Palma, or Canary Islands. I'm going to refresh this map, make sure I've got everything up to date here, and we'll see what we've got on there. And let's see, zoom out and take a look up at top. We don't see anything on the East Azores Ridge. And we'll zoom in here. We do see this guy flashing a 1.5 from 2159. And on the other side of the island, that was from yesterday at 2121 at 2.2. Not going to worry about the little one on top of the mountain there. We do see this one in the water. That is yesterday's at 12 noon, 2.4. That we have, well, let's see, what do we got there? This one is from, hang on, I gotta find it. There it is, 1.4 from 3:12 a.m., 11 kilometers down for that guy. Next one over is this one, and that is the latest one, and that is a 2.3, 11 kilometers down from 7:19. The other ones are older, from the 12th and from the 13th. So that 2.1 from 2126 yesterday, 10 kilometers down for it. These other two are definitely older. This one was 507 yesterday, a 1.8 surface quake. I think we talked about that. Likely some compression happening there from the existing lava that flowed out of Cumbre Vieja. And then this one from the 12th there, 1.79 kilometers down. So that's our earthquakes for today. Let's get over and we will have a look at our SO2 map because that is very interesting. And as we can see, we are not seeing major output or anything from the Kamchatka Peninsula anymore. So it has relieved itself, and we see where all of it is. And up in here, but a lot of it has come over to North America. And we see the way the wind currents are going, and currently swirling, keeping it there, and hopefully it's going to keep it away from too much of the populated areas. But we know this, it will dissipate. This will cover pretty much of all of North America eventually as it thins out. So yeah, a complicated cliff. Yeah, you bet. It is actually very interesting to see how everything moves around, but we are seeing reports of ash in this area up here. There were people that were actually seeing some of it, and I think this has gotten in a little bit more now around the Hinton area as well. So central British Columbia definitely seeing a larger quantity, as well as up in the northern areas here from Alaska, of course, the Yukon, and drifted up into the northern portions of the Northwest Territories. So that's definitely all over the place in there. And then this, of course, high levels of SO2. We're going to see this dissipate and go down, and it will end up coming up somewhere around here. So we'll likely see it hit the Great Lakes from this stuff first. As you can see, the wind currents are basically bending this downward, and then you are seeing some of it going back up, but we're going to see it likely cover pretty much everything in the United States. Maybe Florida not so bad, but I think they've got enough coming from Popocatépetl anyway. So that is what we are seeing up north there, and hopefully it'll dissipate quickly. Hopefully we'll get some rain in there. Yeah, and definitely ash in BC. We are seeing Popocatépetl, of course, some of it is getting into the Pacific as well as into the Gulf of Mexico. That is also from our Mexico City as well as the SO2 is concerned. But Popocatépetl, of course, with its picking up steam, we will likely see more SO2 pluming out of it as well. So I don't think the people in North America are, they're not out of it, like especially over in Florida. If they think they're going to skirt this, they're going to get it from here. If Popo does continue to keep going. And there we go, Central America. We see it going out into the Pacific. Nevado del Ruiz, really not that large of a plume, and we see more here being concentrated because of that circulation, and Sabancaya, as well as a lot of industrial stuff there in northern Chile, as well as southern portions of Peru, and that's what we've got. And of course some of the stuff being blown across Argentina from Chile, not so much there in the eastern side of South America. Looking at down here in New Zealand, we do see a White Isle volcano. They must have a lot of rain around there because we don't see a lot of SO2 from it. And we are seeing this moving south over Tasmania from the oil refineries there. And then, of course, the coking plants north of Sydney creating that. Tofua, definitely still off-gassing and not as bad, though. It does look like it's lightened up a bunch. With that circulation, we may have some rain in that area as well. Same thing with Yasur and Eoba and Gawa, very little, and I'm wondering if they are getting showers there. That'll definitely remove a lot of it. So Papua New Guinea doesn't look all that bad today. Luolatok still doing its thing, and of course Samaru is working hard to keep up its own plume. And then, of course, our wonderful Merapi doing its thing, and that is adding to this. Looks like the wind is blowing the other way here, so this could be compounded from all of the volcanoes right now. Not so much from Krakatau. Jakarta is pretty easy today as well. We don't see too much from Currency and Marapi, and what is it over here? Sinabung is still doing its thing. So Ibu and Dakono definitely still there, and looks like Mayon and Bulusan may be picking up a little bit. We do see most of this flowing out to the east, which is kind of the wrong way. Normally we see that big plume out here, in the western side of the Philippines. So Taal and the stuff from our wonderful city here, Manila, is all drifting out to the eastern portions. And it looks like Hong Kong has got a little more SO2. I wonder if they had a fire or something there, something going on maybe. Taiwan looks a little easier today, and not so bad. Not so bad from Japan. We do see the larger plume here. That is from Suwanosejima, and then of course Sakurajima making a lot of this, and that is not so bad looking. ASO really not that bad either, but it is continuing to off gas, very evident there. And let's go up here and we'll take a look at our other friend, and we know he's in here somewhere, Asama, and Asama is continuing to off gas, and hopefully it won't be doing anything too major. Sliding up a little bit more, we see residual stuff already from China, but also from being swirled around here in this air current, and this is going to be interesting to see what happens in the future and how much more we're going to get from and it's not just Shivelish, it's Bezimiani doing its eruptive stuff as well. Lots of SO2 is possible to come out of there. India definitely doing its thing, and we see it's very heavy in the eastern portions. Sri Lanka, nothing there. We do see the stuff blowing out from the gold refineries here into the Pacific. Not sure what's causing this plume. Maybe a fire, industrial fire or something, who knows. And our wonderful DR Congo guys are doing their thing. And we are keeping going here and seeing Eruption is still on the map. And of course our oil refineries here in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, Iran, and that is what's going on there. We see heavier levels around Cairo too. And of course over here, and not so much coming from Mount Etna and Stromboli. And the Volcano, looks like Volcanoes just about nothing, but we are definitely seeing off-gassing from the other areas. It looks like Portugal, Spain, and France are really clear. Portions of Germany is clear, and various areas. That's really not that heavy though. In Europe, a little bit up in Denmark, a little bit in England as well. Ireland looks very clean. And for some reason Sweden looks like they are a major manufacturer of all kinds of things, but it really doesn't look like it's I don't think IKEA is making all that. Anyway, not sure where that's actually coming from. It could actually be from northern Russia as well, in here somewhere, or this area where they've got some other issues there on occasion. And definitely see some SO2 there in Iceland, and likely have the aluminum smelter on. So anyway, this is what we've got. Very, very large plume covering British Columbia's interior right now, and number 2 will be coming in there soon, and we'll see how the second batch goes. And I'm kind of wondering where this is actually all going to go, because we have an upward flow here. Maybe some of this will end up, well, it looks like this area will blow upward, but we'll definitely see this in Edmonton here. Actually, we're probably seeing the start of that SO2 already, and I'm not sure how much ash we will actually see, if any, here. But hopefully it will get some rain showers in some of those areas, and we can avoid some of that. Quick sneak peek at the weather map, and there's that big low. I want to see precipitation specifically. There you can see this will help wash out a lot of it. We don't have anything to wash it out there in BC, and looks like around Edmonton we do have some rain, but nothing really major. So this is the big cleaner here, and I don't know if that's going to do too much. So we will in all likelihood see that SO2 move across the entire continent. And on that note, it is time for another break. Oh, Mummy of Hamsters is here. Welcome, and glad to have you on board. Anyway, we'll take a look at our wonderful weather and temperatures right after the break. Okay, why'd that stop? My mouse is still moving. There we go. And we'll turn off the SO2 map for now. We'll come back to this after the break. Let's pop it back on here, and we'll take that break. For those good people who are here, if you haven't yet hit the like button, give it a quick bop, and that would help us out. Also, if you haven't subscribed, consider subscribing if you are enjoying the show. On that friendly note, I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. I will be back after the break. Don't go away. Thanks. we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000, and you're watching a VolcanoX live stream. Thanks for sticking around. Thank you, Sue, and welcome back from Uncle Doc from Old Mummy of Hamsters. Good to see you, Old Mummy of Hamsters. And I'm here with you, DrFox2000. Okay, that's a new song. I wasn't prepared for that with the long. And I hear you, DrFox2000. I'm not good at singing, so don't expect more. Anyway, all good. Let's get back over to our wonderful, no rehearsal. I figured you could ad-lib. Oh, darn it. I hate ad-libbing. It's like winging it. Winging it. My voice is not in a good mood today. And I'm trying to figure out how come I've got one of my windows there, especially the one for Popocatépetl was corrupt. Because it kept on squishing the video, so I deleted it, and I'm hoping I can get it back afterwards once the stream is over, because it's a real pain sometimes. Anyway, I stopped that. Let's go over to the weather map, and we'll see what's twirling around here. Looks like a top end of Alaska still getting some very cold temps. The eastern, western portions are fairly cold, especially through the Bering Straits here. And then we see the southern portion here a little bit warmer, and not so bad in the southern portions of the Yukon as well as Northwest Territories. Matter of fact, they definitely have above normal temperatures in some of those places, 4 or 5 degrees Celsius, which is awesome. Looking at Vancouver, we see about 9 degrees there, and over on the Rock about 7 or 8 there for Bob, who's out dodging frying pans. 4 degrees Celsius there, 4 or 5 in Edmonton. Calgary coming in at about 0. Kananaskis country is got something around 2 down there in Swift Current, so at least he's above freezing. Moving over a little bit, looking at Winterpeg, we see about 1 or 2 degrees there, and Judy M has probably got anywhere from 0 to 2 as well. Looks like still quite cool around the Hudson's Bay area. But southern Ontario is definitely warming up, and we see that big time. We see Toronto is about 13, 14 right now. London sitting at 18. Detroit is sitting at 16. Chicago was 16 as well. And about 19, 18, 19 out there for Henry in the east or west part of... what is that? Lake Michigan. Yeah, that's it. And then we've got 10 in Montreal, Quebec 5. Northern portions of New Brunswick still in some in the negative temperatures, but coastal areas looks like anywhere from about 3 to about 8. And Halifax coming in at about 5, Cole Harbour about 6, so nice there, and minus 2 in some places there on Newfoundland, Avalon Peninsula, a little bit warmer at 1 or 2, and of course going up into Labrador, minus 7, minus 6 in a lot of places. Northern portions of Quebec still in the minus 12 area, depending on where you are. So fairly cold there. Quick peek at Portland coming in at about 12. Seattle is about 10. Sliding down a bit more. Sacramento is about 16 right now. That's not bad. Looking at about 12 there in San Jose. And Sharon's probably got about 9 degrees or 10, close to the 50 mark Fahrenheit for Sharon. And Los Angeles is about 13, and Death Valley coming in at about a minus 24, 25. There's even a minus 20, or sorry, plus 24, 25. There's even a plus 27 degrees in there. Las Vegas coming in at 18, and we see about 20 in Mexicali, about 19 there in Phoenix. Tucson, about 20 degrees. Albuquerque coming in at about 11 or 12. And let's see, we'll go down here. Looks like they're starting to warm up a little bit down in the southern portions of Texas, which is about time. 22 in San Antonio, 22 in Houston, Austin 21, Dallas coming in at about 21 as well. Oklahoma City coming in at 21, that is not bad. Little Rock 21 as well. New Orleans better today at 20. And what do we got down in Miami at 25? Nice. And Orlando 24, Jacksonville 22, 23. Atlanta coming in at about 16 right now, and Charlotte, North Carolina 17 or so, and 18 at Grandma B's house. Virginia Beach about 14 right now. Philadelphia coming in at 19, and looks like 20 in New York, awesomely hot, and only 11 in Boston. Sliding down a little bit more. Looks like that cold is still fighting into Mexico, and we don't like that. We see about 16, 17, 18, depending on where you point there in Mexico City. Acapulco coming in at about 28, and we slide over. We see the interior of the Yucatan Peninsula hitting those 30, 32 degree temps. Still, Cancun coming in at about 25 right now. Looking at some of the other stuff. Who brought up South Padre Island? 23? That's not bad. Maybe we'll get a launch out of there yet. Looks like a little cooler today than it was yesterday along the coastal areas on the west coast anyway. East coast is still some pretty nice temperatures. Belize City 27, that's pretty awesome for right now. 28, 29 and the lower portions of Colombia, then and the jungle areas holding in about anywhere from 29 in the top here to about 25 on the bottom. So not bad temperatures there. Venezuela up in the 30s or close to it, and some of the areas, and looking not bad. Boa Vista coming in at about 27 right now. Looks like the Amazon holding its temperature fairly steady, and 23 in Rio de Janeiro, and the Amazon, of course, somewhere between 24 25 degrees like it always is. 18 in Sao Paulo. Looks like bottom end of Bolivia, a little bit on the cooler side with 18, 19, top end being 25. 19, 20 there for average there in Paraguay. And we do see the cold really starting to move back into our wonderful Argentina. So they are going to get colder temperatures. Only 16 in Buenos Aires, Paysandú coming in at 15 right now. That's a little chillier. Southern end, though, definitely looking like fall has arrived for them. And we see some single digits down on the bottom of Argentina. Looking over at New Zealand, looks like the south end of the island, finally, South Island, warmed up again. Up to 20, 21 degrees in some spots. Christchurch only 14 though. Higher elevations, of course, still very cold. We see some nice 20 degree temperatures along the west coast. Wellington at about 16, and what we got here, Taupo coming in at about 17, and looks like about 19-20 degrees there along the Bay of Plenty, and Auckland coming in at about 19. There's some warmer spots, not by much though. A pretty steady temperature there for our wonderful New Zealand. Looks like 15, 16 in Hobart for, and we can see that cut line there. Everything on that side is colder by 3 or 4 degrees, and definitely big difference. So hopefully they'll stay a little warmer, and that low will keep. Well, it's not that low that's messing it up. I think it's this high over here. Where is it? I need to see it. There, oh, it's a low down here pulling that air down. But something is forcing the cold air in up north there. That might be this low is doing it. It's pushing it up, and that high is helping it along. Anyways, looking at 18 there in Melbourne, and 15 in Adelaide. A little colder, and we see about 21, 22 there in Sydney, and going up to a home of Oz, about 26 degrees, beautiful weather there, and looking at about 37 degrees for the high temps for the planet today. Right in there, we didn't see those over in Mexico. They're a little cooler. 18 in Perth, and that's kind of what we've got cooking there. We see normal in Fiji, and a degree or two colder there in New Caledonia. Vanuatu still looks like 28 across the board kind of thing. Seeing some warmer temperatures still in Papua New Guinea and eastern portions of, we see all the way up to 35 there in Indonesia. That is pretty awesome. And even in here, 33 degrees, and that's a pretty, I'm not going to say pretty cool, that's pretty warm. There we go. And it looks like Java is a nice 30 degrees in a lot of spots. Of course, you can see where the higher elevations are, that's those spots of lighter color. And looking at Sumatra, it's kind of the same thing as Java. We are seeing they are getting into their summer season, so definitely some good temperatures there. Bangkok coming in at about 33 degrees, 34 just on the outskirts of it, so definitely a lot warmer. Manila about 29, looks pretty good there. We do see some warmer temps down on some of the other islands down here. 34 degrees, that's pretty awesome. Looking at about 29 down on the bottom end of our Taiwan area. That's pretty good for them. And Kagoshima, where is it? That is, there it is. 20 degrees right now, southern end of Japan. And then we see this area is actually pretty cold. We got some mixing going on here with temperatures, and only 14 in Tokyo right now. Looks like this is a kind of a mixing in the back here. I don't know why that would be. They should have a warm blowing air across Japan, but they're not getting it yet. Sea of Japan still too cold. 10 in Sapporo, and then going up to the Kamchatka Peninsula. Eastern side, western side, a lot warmer than the eastern side. We see up to 10 degrees there, and that could create problems for those volcanoes. If things start to melt with all that ash, you may see some not pyroclastic flows. What's the other ones? Lahars. Some nasty lahar flows. So let's hope it doesn't melt too quickly there. Oh, wow. Look at these temperatures. We are seeing India is warming up. Delhi, 27 degrees. Hot in Sri Lanka as well. And let's see, South Africa, they are down to 14 at Cape Town. And looks like that high is going to keep it cold in there. Central Southern Africa looks pretty normal. We are still seeing kind of normal temperatures for this time of year for the southern Sahara areas. Still too cold up north here, and I'm wondering when that's going to change. And we are seeing Morocco, Algeria, Tunisia, and here in Libya still quite cold. Cairo making it to about 14 or 15. UAE a little cooler today than yesterday. It looks like the heat is now over in Oman. Southern portions of Saudi Arabia still got a lot of heat. And we are seeing the coastlines are better. Baghdad coming in at about 13, 14 degrees. Looks colder over in Iran though. Iran away from the cold. And we are seeing the flows kind of mixed up here with, looks like some of it is going up, some of it is going down, and some of it is just stagnant in this area. So I'm not sure what Turkey's got in store for it, but we do still see out in the east very cold. Adana coming in at about 12 right now. And Piggy's Place, with that southerly wind blowing, is going to be about 15, 17, 16. Yeah, 16. I'll be okay with that. 16 degrees Celsius right now. And Athens, Greece coming in at 14 right now. Going over to Sicily real quick. Radanzo still very cool, and it looks like about 4 degrees Celsius there. Hopefully they'll warm up too. That is another one of those places where we need to see that warmer air moving in pretty soon. 13 there in Naples, and we got 10 in Rome, and Milano coming in at 9. And we'll jump over Sri Lanka. I'm not going to worry about that today. Looks like about 15 or so there in Lisbon, and about 11 in Madrid. I was going to go check what's La Palma looking like. La Palma, 15, 16 degrees, 18 on the southern end. That is not bad. Could be a little warmer there too, from the looks of things. Madrid, yeah, 11. Aurelio's Place, only 6. And we do go a little further north. It does warm up a little bit more. Nantes coming in at Tanto's home, 7 degrees. And Paris coming in at about 9. Looking at Munich is 3. Frankfurt is 4. Cologne 6. Yvonne's house is 5. OFU Lux is about 4 or 5 degrees. Brussels coming in at 8 there in Belgium, and looks like anywhere from about 3 to about 8 degrees there in Holland as well. Sliding over, Berlin is 8, Hamburg is 7, Copenhagen coming in at 7. Pardon me. Aarhus at 8. And Oslo is 1, and Stockholm is 2. St. Petersburg 1 degree, and Moscow coming in at -2. Over in England, we've got London coming in at 6 degrees. Looks like we've got colder temperatures over in Wales, though. Leeds only 4. Glasgow is 2. Aberdeen coming in at 5. And let's see, we got Dublin coming in at 3 degrees. And let's see what we got over here, maybe 6 or 7 for the Irish monk on the other side of the island. 6 degrees, there we go. And let's check Iceland. they are starting to see warmer air come back up, and we can see it twirling around here though, so I don't know what's going to happen there yet. Looks like a 0, and yeah, a 3. Wow, what a difference. Anyway, from a 0 to 3 degrees, that's what we've got going on there. Okay, precipitation. We'll get at it and keep going and do this quickly. Looking at Alaska's got a little bit of stuff happening there in the southern areas where it's warmer, surprisingly, and then the British Columbia coastline to about mid Vancouver Island. They are getting a rain, and that is what we've got there. Looking at Alberta, some rain in the foothills and there in the Rockies, and of course around Edmonton we are supposed to be seeing some intermittent rain showers. We'll see what happens. We do have some stuff in northern Manitoba and northern portions of our wonderful, well, this is blowing downward. That is going to not be good for them. Northern Ontario, and that is drifting south, so hopefully that is not going to mess things up too badly. We don't see anything in the bottom end of Ontario. Looks like most of Quebec is dry. Looks like everything over on New Brunswick and Nova Scotia, PEI, is all good till you get over to Newfoundland and Labrador. The coastal areas are getting skirted, and there we see a high sitting there in Montana, or Idaho I should say, and the occasional snowflakes dropping like at Yellowstone and in Montana, and of course Colorado and South Dakota and what is that, Iowa there, and Kansas. Hope there's not going to be any tornadoes in this area, and that is looking like it's a tornado maker. Hopefully it's not going to. The reason I say it's a tornado maker is you take a look, you got a wind coming from this direction, you got wind coming from this direction, and you got wind coming from 3 different directions, and that will cause tornadoes. Hopefully things won't. This storm here won't, but this storm could. And looking at the eastern portions of the U.S., we are seeing some stuff around, oh, I don't know, where are we here? Looks like Ohio, and looks like North Carolina, Tennessee, South Carolina's got a bit, Virginia's got a bit. So everybody is kind of sharing just little bits and pieces. A few small storms along the coastline of Florida. We do see a storm out here. Not sure where that is going to end up going. And getting into southern portions here of Mexico and through Central America, they got isolated spots of rain. Same thing with the rainforest. Not as bad in Colombia or Peru or Ecuador today. At least a little bit better than it was yesterday. It looks like Bolivia is pretty dry as well, considering what we had yesterday was all covered. And looks like the eastern coastline here, again around Rio and those areas, getting nailed along the coast, so not good. Looks like possibly a dry at Paysandu right now, but there are some small rain areas there for the most part. What we see in Argentina, nothing at Buenos Aires, and we don't see too much of that activity till we get further south and way down in the bottom. There we see what we've got. So not so good for Chile. The fjords of Chile, it's like the fjords of Norway. And it looks like the South Island pretty much dry all the way along, with the exception of a few little spots. Same thing with the North Island. And as long as that circulation keeps going the way it is, it'll keep that storm away from New Zealand, and it will head south. But we'll see how long that high stays here. If that moves over, this is going to move over. So we'll likely see that. Tasmania is seeing some of that rain, and there's that cutoff line, and that looks nasty. There's that low that's driving this. There's another low up here driving the other end of it, and we see some stormy stuff in the outback. Definitely some rain happening there. Looks like possibly a dry for the most part out there in Tonga, and that area. Looks like Fiji's getting some rain. Vanuatu and New Caledonia, definitely some rain showers. Solomon Islands will be getting rain, and most of Papua New Guinea is getting rain. Eastern Java, you pick the place, they'll likely have showers there. Anyway, it's all over the place there. So rain, rain, rain. And looking at Philippines, definitely rain there. And it looks like here these other countries, Cambodia and so on, they're getting some rain as well. Rain in Japan. Yeah, look, that's why our weather was so bad. We couldn't see a darn thing. They've got all kinds of rain happening, and a nasty storm just off the coast. So that is happening there. And then we see in Korea, they're getting some nasty stuff as well. Looks like maybe some snow in North Korea. So that is all right. And looks like it's no snow in Sapporo area though. That's real good. And some activity here with snow and rain combined on the Kamchatka Peninsula. Here's why we're not seeing so much SO2 come out. The snow is helping bury it. So that is okay as long as that system stays there for a while. And sliding over, India looks pretty dry right now. South Africa, very little rain activity. Central portions of Africa to be expected with the jungle type areas. And I'm surprised we're seeing more rain still in Saudi Arabia, and little bits here in Oman and UAE as well. No precipitation there in Turkey or Iraq or Iran and those places, and nothing. That storm that they had over here in Israel and Beirut, and that whole front, that's all gone and moved. Piggy's place looks like it's dry. We do see some more stuff going further north though, and we see that system did definitely go north. Looks like drier conditions for Sicily and bottom end of Italy. Once you get up to Rome though, up there is that system. Looks like Sardinia is getting nailed as well. And then we've got a bunch of stuff here, Romania and those other countries, all getting nailed with some. And which country is this one? Is that Hungary? I don't know. But anyway, they're getting nailed as well with this stuff. So looks pretty bad, and lots of rain spots there. At least it doesn't look like they're really stormy, but throughout France and throughout Belgium, and then going up into Germany, we see they've got rain in the eastern, and going up through Hamburg here, up into Denmark. Nasty, and some rain in eastern England. Nothing over in Ireland, nothing in Scotland. And then some snow. Go figure, snow in Norway? That is a shocker. Anyway, We see that it looks like Iceland is really not seeing too much. They're being spared right now, which is really good. So we'll leave that be. We do see some ice rain up along the coast and hopefully of Greenland. Oh, looks like Svalbard is getting nailed up there with ice rain and snow as well. Let's go find our temperatures real quick, and we'll get going with this. So let's see what we've got down here for the coldest temps, and we'll see if we can find something bitterly cold. And already seeing a minus 77. So far, let's see if we can find something colder than a minus 77. There's a 74. Where's a 77? 77 is right in here somewhere. 73, 69. Nope, a 76. We had a minus 77 right in here. Let's see if we can find some other cold spots. That's the low, this is the highs. They're 66, 68, 71, 72, there, 73. Let's see if we find anything worse than that. We have a minus, oh, there's a minus 78. Where is there? 79 in this area. We've got minus 78 on the screen, so let's take a look. A minus 78 is the coldest I've found so far. Let's go back to that other area. A minus 73, 74, 76, 77. Let's zoom in there on a minus 77. There's a 77. We got minus 78 so far, so I don't know if that is going to be my coldest. Don't see anything there. Let's go over here, just a peek. And we'll see there, minus 66, 67. Do we have a colder? There's a 68. Minus 78 is what I've found so far, so I don't know if we can find anything colder than that, but we may have to live with that. Not seeing anything really cold. 72, 73. There's a 73, 74, 76 again. Right in there. I think we might be better off in the other area up north here. Minus a 66, 60, so there's a 71, 73, 75, 76, 77, there's a 78. And do we hear a 79? No. Well, I think I'll have to live with a minus 78 degrees Celsius. Let me zoom in right there, a minus 78. And just check around, see if there's any 79s in there. No, I don't think there's anything colder for me. Mind you, a minus 78 degrees Celsius is way too cold anyway. Okay, minus 78 degrees Celsius, and that is what I've got there. Let's take a look at Greenland and see what we can find there. Greenland, the tropical paradise compared to Antarctica. And Greenland, I already found a minus 34. And let's see, do we have a minus 35 up here somewhere? Oh, it doesn't look like we got any sneaky spots. I'll have to dig here. Minus a 34. Do we have a minus a 35? 34. 34. No, not happening. Minus a 34. Looks like about it. Yep, let's call it as a minus 34 degrees Celsius. What happened to Canada? Oh my God. Where's the Great White North? It melted. Oh my God, where do we find cold temperatures? Minus 28 degrees? No way. What's along the coast here? Minus 27, 26. That doesn't count out here, that's in the water. Minus 31. 27, no. What about up here? My secret spot, I'm only a minus 27. Oh, hang on, maybe I can get lucky up here. Minus 28, no. 28, no. Minus 28 is the coldest I see so far. What about this area? Minus 28. Oh boy. I am really not going to do good today here in northern Canada. There's a minus 27, 28. Maybe there's some... Oh, there's a minus 29. Minus 29. Okay, minus 29 so far. Do we see any other spots? What about right in here? Ooh, there we go, minus 30 degrees Celsius. Wow. Minus 30. Do we see a minus 31? I doubt it. Minus 30 degrees Celsius. Okay, anything colder? I don't see any other spots. I will call it as a minus 30 degrees Celsius for there. And let's get to Siberia. Oh, what happened? Where's Siberia? Oh, there. There's what's left. The rest melted. A minus 37 so far. Let's see if we can find. There's a minus 38 in Siberia. No, that's in Russia. That's not Siberia. That's more to the east, but that's okay. So we got minus 38. We are not seeing anything colder there. That is a t-shirt weather for those guys. A minus 38 degrees. Do we have a minus 39? No. What about these spots? No, those look warmer. Warm. What about right in here? 34. No. I guess a minus 38 is what I'm going to have to live with. Okay, I'm calling it minus 38 degrees Celsius for there. And that is for Russia. And Siberia is actually over on this end, but I'm going to leave that alone. This is Siberia. This is northern Russia. That's actually not too far away from the other places. But minus 38 is what I've got. And the rest is warm. So, let's see. Who got what? Yep, round 4 is Sioux wins. Sioux wins. Okay, so we tied in the Arctic. We tied in Siberia. but she whooped me there in, oh, hang on, Greenland. We both found a 34. Oh, she only beat me by 1 degree in Antarctica. So I wasn't that far off. Minus a 34 in Greenland. That is okay. And a minus a 30 in Antarctica or Arctic. And minus a 38. So we are tied in 3 places. So it's only a 1st degree beating. Oh, well, at least it's only a 1st degree beating. Thank you, Sue. You spared me somewhat, and that is awesome. And I'm happy that I didn't get killed. Anyway, wins by 1 big degree. Yep, and that is it. So awesome. And hey, what the heck is going on? My camera did not turn on its night light. Oh boy, my bunny cam didn't turn on properly here. I wonder what the heck is going on with that. Might have to reboot that camera yet. Anyway, we'll see what happens with that. It's almost like, oh, I'm gonna have to, oh, there it goes. There it goes, half pink mode. Oh wow. Alright, the bunny cam light came on. Good. Doc for silver. Yep, and that's all I get today. And that is it. So, no worries. It's been an interesting Friday night. And we'll look at wrapping up the stream. So a big thank you to everyone really for being here. I see we only got 16 people left anyway. And thanks everyone for being in here. Appreciate the Lava family. And thank you to our moderators, Arizona Snowman, Piggy, CND Boy, Gary 24/7 Live, AZ Skies, Lucas Snow, and Joseph Fields, Texas, and possibly Mona Lisa as well. And let's see, bon voyage to the air cruise. She's going up. She's got the mammoths. She's got. You forgot the buffalo. You forgot the buffalo food. The northern bison, you know. Anyway, that's all good, Sharon. Good stuff. So thank you kindly, you guys. I really do appreciate everything. Thank you, Sue, for sending the reports in. That is awesome as usual. And thanks, Sharon, for keeping a score. And on those friendly notes, it is time to wrap things up. Be good and be kind and take care of yourselves. And for those good people who are coming tomorrow, VolcanoX is on earlier by 3 hours, just so you know. And there's our times on the screen. And on that friendly note, time for me to wrap things up. We don't have any super chatters. We don't have any new members. So that is easy for that part. And time to go. So be good, be kind. We will see everyone tomorrow. And be good and stay out of the ash. We'll see the ash hitting more of North America as the night progresses. Anyway, good night, everyone. Take care, and we'll see you all. And please, as I always end my stream, tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. Good night, everyone. Wow, Sharon Stewart. Holy mackerel, that is awesome. Wow. Now we do Thank you kindly, Sharon. That is very, very generous of you. Sharon Stewart. And I thought it was going to be a bummer for Friday night, but thank you very kindly. That is a very, very awesome super chat. I do appreciate that, Sharon. Thank you kindly. And wow, wasn't expecting that. Not at all. Thank you. Okay. On those notes, though, it is time to depart. So thanks, Sharon, and thanks everyone for being here. Take care, everyone, and we'll see you all tomorrow. Remember, stream starts early. So a good night and stay healthy in the meantime. And thank you. Yeah, I already did the other spiel. So good night and oink oink.